Okay, so hello everyone. We would like to welcome you at our AxxonSoft On Air show today, and thank you for joining our first live session focused on customizable AI analytics, Axxon Next 12.5 new features. For this session, we're also joined by our great technology partner, Intel. Our speakers for today, for AxxonSoft, Alexander Hermann, Business Development Manager, and for Intel is going to be Ediz Altun, IoT Sales Manager for Smart Cities, AI and Education for EMEA. Here is to you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Kate. Also from my side, hello from Germany to everyone joining us today. Hello to our viewers from Europe, from Asia. Hello to our visitors from Africa, and hello to everyone from the Middle East. Welcome to our AxxonSoft On Air event. Today, we will focus on AI analytics in our Axxon Next VMS, particularly general and customizable analytics. And apart from this, we will discuss new features in Axxon Next 4.5 and some other features that complement the new ones, making the system effective at handling common video surveillance tasks. Although the most part of our audience today is already aware of who and what AxxonSoft is, I'd like to take this opportunity to shortly introduce our company to our new guests here. AxxonSoft operates globally with currently 50 offices and more than 550 employees worldwide. We have over 13,000 satisfied customers located in more than 140 different countries. Over 480,000 projects based on our software are completed to date. We have been developing disruptive technologies in the security market for 25 years and have 30 registered patents. Now, let's focus on AI analytics. We offer two types of such analytics based on general neural networks and customized for specific project requirements. General networks are trained once for some average scene and can be used for many similar installations as is. We already have great neural networks for posture recognition, human detection, fire and smoke detection, and currently we are training the neural network for vehicle detection as well. The other type of AI video analytics is custom analytics based on specifically trained neural networks to handle specific tasks. Personal protective equipment use control is one of those examples. In the two pictures on the top of the slide, you can see this networks in action. It detects the absence of a helmet on the left image and the absence of a security vest on the right image. For training, we use video material from the installation site, and typically from thousands to tens of thousands labeled frames are required. Although this is a time-consuming process, it enables handling of non-standard tasks. For example, we can train neural networks on demand to detect specific types of objects, like the gas barrels shown in the bottom left image, or detect objects from an unusual viewing angle and in difficult lighting conditions, which includes the use of thermal cameras. As I mentioned before, thousands of labeled frames are required for AI training. AxxonSoft has a dedicated department that trains neural networks to handle client-specific cases. Here you can see an example of data labeling. All the images that will be used to train the neural network need to be marked up with specialized software to identify all the objects to be detected. In this case, those are people and vehicles. When the process is done correctly, the trained neural network works particularly well even in challenging conditions, giving up to 95 to 96% for both precision and recall, which means that 95% of objects of interest will be detected with a 5% false alarms rate. You may ask yourself, all these AI detection tools, they are very resource consuming. What kind of hardware will be necessary? Well, to make an intelligent video surveillance system cost effective, we utilize GPU acceleration for the most resource intensive tasks. The first demanding task is the decoding of video transmitted by IP cameras, usually in H.264 or H.265 formats. In our product, GPUs embedded in Intel processors and NVIDIA graphics cards can be used for hardware video decoding. The decoded video then can be analyzed with any standard or AI video analytics. The second and the most resource-intensive task is AI operation. All our AI algorithms are GPU-enabled. You can use Intel and NVIDIA accelerators, which include the Intel AI accelerators based on Movideo's VPU, for instance, the Mustang V100 MX8 accelerator card, and CUDA-enabled NVIDIA graphics cards with dedicated accelerators, for example, GeForce, Quadro, and Tesla series. Furthermore, several graphics cards or AI accelerators can be installed on a single server to maximize performance. Thanks to this, servers can analyze more concurrent video streams at HD resolution and even higher, and multiple times more cameras can be connected to a single server, reducing hardware expenses. Now, let's turn to a live demo to show how our AI video analytics work in real-life applications. Here you can see an example of the use of our common neural net for human detection in combination with a line crossing trigger event. The streams of both cameras are decompressed on the server's GPU. Also is the neural tracker analytics. At the bottom of each camera, we have a statistic and event panel showcasing the counted line crossings. On the right side, the sum of both cameras is displayed. Moving on the next layout, we will showcase you a highly demanded feature by our partners, the real-time privacy masking of people in the camera's field of view. In Axxon Next settings, it is possible to assign user groups the ability to view masked video or to remove this possibility. The privacy mask is applied on the live video, on the archive, and can be exported as well. It is also accomplished with our common neural net for posture recognition. Speaking of pose recognition, the recognized human posture can be used for several sub-detection tools. Here, for example, we detect if a human has raised both of his arms, which could imply an armed robbery. When the detection tool recognizes that a person has raised his hands, an alarm event can be triggered to inform the security personnel to make sure that the situation can be handled fast and effectively. Surely, it is easy to show detection tools on pre-recorded demo video. Therefore, I would like to showcase you this detection tool on a live camera installed in our office as well. So, hello everyone, and raising both my hands, initiate an alarm, which you can see on the event board on the right. Another use case of the posture recognition can be the counting of people inside a predefined area or the whole camera's field of view. The current amount of people can be displayed on the camera layout. This feature may be helpful for retail projects to count the current amount of people in a line at a cash register to effectively manage open cash registers at a shop. Heat maps complete the tools for effective store management, but they are not only useful in retail projects. They can be also useful in traffic management in a parking lot like here as well. To build the heat map, you simply switch to the archive mode, the search mode, sorry. You choose a criteria for searching, for example, motion in a predefined area. You choose the archiving period and you hit the checkbox for show heat map. Then you simply click search. You get all the results and a heat map based on these results. Moving on to the two commonly used detection tools, LPR and face detection. Starting with LPR detection. In this layout, you can see all the recognized license plates in the event board on the right. In search mode, you can search for full license plates or parts of the license plate. So for example, I only remember the middle part of a license plate. So I place a star in before of the part that I remember, and after I apply the archiving period for where I want to search it. I hit search and I get all the results on this particularly registered license plate. For face detection, we have a similar layout here. What is interesting about the face detection tool is the possibility to search for a face in the archive using any photo of a person's face. It can be a shot with your smartphone or a photo from an ID. So we go to search here. We can upload a photo for searching. We choose the archive period where we want to search again, hit search, and we find all the results of this person with this photo ID, also from unusual or not standard angles of the camera. As you can see here, the face detected and the uploaded photo have an 85 or 87 even percentage of similarity. Both face and LPR can be used in combination with black and white lists to generate automatic actions on detection of a face or license plate from a list. So for example, you can trigger an input to open up a door or a barrier. Face and LPR search works also with several cameras at the same time, so you can search throughout your whole system at once. Here we can see our general network for smoke detection in action. On the event of smoke detected in a camera's field of view, an alarm is generated which can inform about a fire in an early state. This detection tool is useful in open areas where standard hardware for smoke detection is of no use. In this particular example, as we have smoke all around the image at all time, we just set this threshold really low for the smoke detection tool to be triggered when we are close by to the full image of the smoke detected. About GPU decompression. Not only the server can benefit of hardware acceleration, but also the client. This makes it possible to connect several monitors to an operator's workstation, which leads to more displayed live camera images at once using the same CPU power. I will showcase you some more examples in my slides later on. So let's move on with our other awesome features that round up the whole VMS experience. Let's start with cybersecurity, as this topic raises a huge attention recently. Here at AxxonSoft, we work to develop a strong security policy that is intended to prevent unauthorized access to your system. This includes password policy that enables you to set the minimum password length, set the number of passwords stored in history, specify a password validity period, activate password strength control, and prevent multiple simultaneous sessions of a single user. On top of all these great features, the system can automatically block the user once the number of failed login attempts is reached. And you can set a range of permissible IP addresses for the client computers to be sure that no access is possible from any place outside your office, monitoring center, or so on. For stronger security, you can set up user access to the server with administration confirmation as well. Apart from this, the system logs actions of the users, saving the user's IP address, the MAC address of the client's computer, and more. Another security option which prevents unauthorized interference with your VMS is the system integrity check. When you start servers and clients, Axxon Next automatically checks the presence of all executable files and their digital signatures. If all files are in place and match their signatures, a system integrity check passed successfully record appears in the system log. Otherwise, if executable files are infected by viruses or someone replaced any files, a system integrity check failed event is registered. You can set the system to perform one of the pre-configured actions, such as showing a warning to administrators or all users and blocking users without admin rights when the integrity of the system is compromised. As we know, a good VMS is dependent on camera's partner. Having a secure camera connection safeguards the data transmitted from the cameras to the server. This can be used with cameras that support encrypted video streaming. Axxon Next supports the RTSPS protocol and RTSP over HTTPS for ONWIF compliant devices. These protocols use TLS encryption for transmitted video data. Now, let's talk about Axxon Next client features. An interactive 3D map superimposes camera locations on a site map and displays camera views in the same window. You can instantly pinpoint where a selected camera is located, which is very handy for multiple similar-looking sites. In immersion mode, a semi-transparent video is superimposed on the map. This makes it easy to see where an object is located and where it is going. So, once you see an object of interest that you may need to follow throughout your building, simply click on the next camera located nearby and you will get the full picture of the situation. Another fantastic tool is Frame Merge. Frame Merge is a tool for effective control over extended areas, for instance, airports, stadiums, storage, and production sites. To use Frame Merge, simply link up to 3 camera feeds to create a panoramic view. Additionally, you can place a dialog board on the layout as well to use it for extracting or zooming in an area of interest of the combined panoramic view. Furthermore, you can view the resulting video in live or archive mode, and you can export the panoramic video to standard AVI or MKV files. Now, let's talk about video wall management. Video wall management can be very difficult, but not with Axxon Next video wall management tool. It helps easily configure multi-computer and multi-monitor video walls. The monitors in the video wall can be connected to different client computers, and you can manage the video wall from any client connected to the same server domain. The configuration panel enables you to arrange monitors on the screen in the same way as they are arranged on the video wall. You can simply choose a layout or a specific camera from the device tree on any client and send this layout to the video wall with just 2 clicks. In about 2 seconds, you will see an example of the video wall with 4 displays connected to a single video wall client. The operator can here choose any layout and send it to a chosen monitor directly from his workplace. So, the video wall configuration is simple, intuitive, and headache-free. As I promised, we talked a lot about GPU acceleration for the server. Now, let's focus on GPU acceleration for clients, since this is especially important for video walls. For this, you can use the embedded GPUs in Intel processors or NVIDIA graphics cards. I'm sorry. When using huge video walls consisting of high-resolution monitors, such as 4K, multiple high-resolution video feeds have to be decoded and displayed. GPU acceleration enables smooth playback without tasking the CPU. During our tests, we could decode and display over 150 Full HD H.265 video streams with one NVIDIA Quattro RTX 4000 graphics card. If necessary, you can install several graphics cards on a single client to maximize its performance. Using this feature, you can build huge video walls using just a few client computers of average CPU performance, which makes the video surveillance system even more cost-effective. To maximize effectiveness, GreenStream is another feature for workload optimization. GreenStream technology enables you to save network bandwidth and client CPU resources with adaptive video streaming. It automatically selects a camera stream matching the current resolution on the video on the client screen. For instance, on a full HD screen with 4x4 camera layout, each camera screen is only 480 by 270 pixels. GreenStream eliminates the need to transmit and then decode full resolution streams from all cameras, selecting the lower resolution stream for displaying, while the higher resolution stream is used for recording. When viewing a camera in full screen, GreenStream automatically switches to the high resolution stream from the camera. A new feature introduced in Axxon Next 4.5 are dynamic layouts. The new dynamic layout helps handle different tasks, for example, video investigation or tracking an object across a site. You can configure the layout utilizing any camera you need by simply drag and dropping a chosen camera from the object tree inside the layout. There is no need to enter the configuration mode. When you start the client, the dynamic layout will be empty, but you can save it by simply duplicating the current dynamic layout. So like this, you will be able to use it later at your convenience. One of the most important jobs of a VMS is investigation of an incident. The storyboard is a phenomenal tool for just this. You can select video episodes recorded by different cameras in which the object of interest is present and export them to a single video file. Thus, you get one video file with multiple cameras. So say a suspect moves across the site from one camera's field of view to another. Then you can send the file to the staff in charge or police so that it can be used as video evidence. Along with the dynamic layouts, convenient search interface and smart search capabilities in Axxon Next, the storyboard helps quickly retrieve the needed video data. Installers very often request a feature that allows them to be able to monitor the health of an Axxon Next installation. Axxon Next Self-Diagnostic Service is a new 4.5 feature for system health monitoring and reliability enhancement. It is based on a locally hosted Prometheus system that can be accessed by your browser. Prometheus is a powerful open-source system monitoring and alerting toolkit. It collects system operation statistics such as CPU load, memory usage, available disk space, cameras FPS, and way more. The graphs show how these parameters change over time, and the filter helps quickly retrieve and find the particular moment when critical thresholds are exceeded. This is crucial for integrators as it helps them resolve different issues at the installation site by revealing their sources. You can also set up automatic actions so that the service will attempt to recover the normal state operation according to each case. The failover service ensures fault tolerance in distributed systems. It quickly switches to a standby server when communication with the primary server is lost. The standby server automatically takes over all functions from the offline or malfunctioning server. Live video streaming and recording resume within a minute. You can also suspend any server in the cluster with no system downtime, for example, if you need to update your system. We've added support for licensing server that enables using a single license key for one or several Axxon Next domains with an arbitrary distribution of licensed objects across servers such as cameras, detectors, and so on. This feature requires Axxon Next servers connection to the remote AxxonSoft licensing server via the internet. You can quickly check the available and consumed licenses and view the license feature owners inside your Axxon Next domain. As for the integration capabilities, our VMS can retrieve events from various external devices and systems, cash registers, access control devices, third-party software, and more. As an example, for integration of access control systems, the events are received in JSON format via TCP/IP. These events can be saved to a database and associated with recorded video. You can view events in real time in a separate pane or as video captions. Also, events are text searchable, which enables quick retrieval of the linked video episodes. Macro comments enable you to customize event response scenarios. Axxon Next supports the flexible configuration of a complex system response to any specified event. You can use the if-then logic to create a macro that automatically performs the required action upon an alarm event is generated by a video analytics or a hardware sensor. Macros can include any number of actions, run once or in a loop, and can be triggered by an event or manually. The scenarios can engage Axxon Next internal resources and connected equipment. As you can see here, once a fire is detected in the system, an internal alarm is generated, an email can be sent to the personnel, or a push notification. Speaking of push notification, with the new Axxon Next mobile app, you get 24/7 access to your system and control over the situation at your fingertips. You can easily connect to any Axxon Next VMS server, display cameras in different modes according to configured layouts or groups. You can view live and recorded video, export these videos and still frames in different formats. You can control PTZ cameras and quickly locate your cameras and new videos, view videos right on the map. You can navigate through the video footage quickly by displaying events according to set filters, or quickly find detected faces in the video footage. View and share event videos with the staff in charge or interested persons. You can take advantage of real-time awareness with push notifications and jump to video recordings stored in the cloud in one tab. You can also control connected equipment using macros, for example, to open the barrier and grant access for a guest car. Additionally available, the Axxon Camera app. It is another useful app to utilize your mobile device in a different way. When a situation occurs, you may not have a camera in the area, but someone with an Android phone can use it as a security camera connected to Axxon Next. The free Axxon Camera app enables Android devices as mobile cameras. It streams video from the embedded camera in the mobile device to the Axxon Next server via the mobile internet or Wi-Fi connection. This is extremely useful for police and security guards to give live situational awareness while responding to a call. As we all know, video analytics can be very dependent on the server's hardware, pushing the cost for an installation to an enormous value. As we have talked about today, this is not an issue in combination with the right hardware that can be utilized by our detection tools. For this, I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues from Intel. Thank you all for listening and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Alex. Let me just share my screen. I hope you see my screen well. Hello, everyone. My name is Ediz Altun. I'm working at Intel on IoTG sales group, focusing on smart cities and education segment for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and India region. And I'm very happy today to be together with you and have the opportunity to talk about Intel's AI solutions together with AxxonSoft. In fact, Intel.
Sorry to interrupt you. We don't see your screen yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try again. Can you see it now?
Yes, you need to swap the, yes, everything's fine.
Okay, sorry about that. Apologies. Again, together with AxxonSoft, we work on artificial intelligence technologies and video management software technologies together very closely. As Alex mentioned, hardware is a very critical element on managing the video and applying artificial intelligence technologies onto it. And we work very hard with AxxonSoft on optimizing the software for Intel architecture, both on CPU level, integrated GPU level, as well as additional accelerators like Movidius VPUs that Alex mentioned in his presentation. And today, what I would like to present is some of the AI use cases, AI applications that can be utilized in smart city segment. And I think smart city is such a wide segment, so you can consider many of the use cases that I'm going to talk about in other verticals as well, which could be utilized in industrial, retail, hospitality, banking, and any other segment as well. But today's focus will be on smart city. To start with, let me just give you some Intel view on the city segment and the landscape that cities are going through and citizens and people are going through. It's obvious that people are moving to urban areas more and more because of the economical or social things. And it is expected that by the year 2025, number of people who will live in urban areas or in city areas are 6.4 billion, which is quite a big number of people living in urban areas. And obviously, more and more people moving to those areas, the energy consumption is going to increase in that particular density as well. So it's expected that 75% of the all global energy consumed are happening in a city environment. And when we look at and double click on the cities, mega cities inside that group also increase. If you think like 1 million minimum population is enough to say that the city is a mega city, We are talking about more than 400 mega cities today, which have more than 1 million people. And it was just 83 in 1950. So it is almost 5x in 70 years. And it is expected to grow more. So this is a challenge, right, for municipalities, governments, as well as the citizens. So how can we utilize AI to make spaces smarter or cities smarter? That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thanks to AI and computer vision technologies, so that citizens can get benefit and cities can be much more smarter. I'm just showing here some of the examples here, just a subset of some of the use cases that can be utilized in smart city environment. For example, on transportation segment, right? Using computer vision and AI technologies, you can do smart parking solutions to the cognition tech and easy ticketing, easy getting in and getting out for the parking spaces is possible. Also, you can manage the traffic more effectively using AI technologies. You can manage the congestion on particular roads. You can manage the traffic lights to control the congestion. Even you can do law enforcement using AI. You can detect cars who are doing lane violation or over speeding or doing unlawful activities. And turn in, you can do all kind of management of the air quality, energy management, lighting management using AI, and make it for environment friendly. Obviously, security and video management is also key, and which is also the core strength of AxxonSoft. Video surveillance on the buildings and the people, protection of assets, properties, searching for abnormal anomalies is also possible. And also, access control solutions, just like the example previously, face recognition-based access control, which can enable people to do frictionless access, touchless access, especially quite popular in the COVID pandemic situation that we are going through. As we do not want to touch spaces much and do not want to interact with people much in the pandemic environment. So the cameras detect your face, and if you are in the whitelist, you can just go through without touching any spaces or swiping your badges or things like that. And on the cities, obviously, public safety is one of the critical aspects. Digital surveillance of the streets, places, buildings, and you can do crime prevention for cities using artificial intelligence. For example, carrying a gun detection that AxxonSoft have, or carrying a knife, or even gunshot detection, or behavioral analytics is possible, like someone falling down, someone running quickly, someone is fighting, is also possible using AI techniques. And from a sustainable perspective, environment is also key. Fire detection, fog detection is possible. Smart lighting solutions for the streets. So whenever there is a car passing by or whenever there is a pedestrian passing by, you can turn lights on, and whenever there is nobody around, you can turn them off, just to save the energy and protect the planet. And any kind of energy consumption management can help environment as well. And also spaces, right? I mean, not just the buildings, but all kind of other spaces that we are enjoying or going through. For example, stadiums, And I know AxxonSoft had a great job on a FIFA World Cup in Russia to make stadiums smarter, because you can do things like crowd management, queue management, heat mapping. Again, for the people to park their cars effectively, you can do license plate recognition and smart parking, gunshot detection, and other law enforcement techniques that you can apply. And also airports. In airports, again, surveillance is key, or whenever GDPR allows, you can do face recognition based check-in, check-out, or immigration control technologies, wayfinding techniques, and seamless traveling, or zero-touch traveling is one of the popular concepts these days, which can utilize AI technologies as well. And also education, right? Not just the primary, secondary, or high schools, K-12 schools, but also university campuses. Those are kind of a space that can turn that can be turned into smart campus. And again, you can utilize similar techniques. Also, autonomous driving is growing every day. The technique of autonomous driving is growing every day. Not for the automobiles, but for the buses or trucks that you can utilize in airport area autonomously, as there's a fixed route and there is not much of a confusion on the traffic or things like that. You can utilize autonomous shuttles as well. And also any kind of city kiosk that you can implement. You can do demographics analytics, people counting, and queue management and things like that. So all of these examples can be scaled or can be increased, but these are just a few examples that can utilize AI techniques. And going back to the topic of this session today, uh, all cases are unique, right? And every city's needs are unique. So every AI application needs to be customized. It can require customized training of the model. It can require customized inferencing techniques. But AxxonSoft is very good at this, and working together with us, we can provide quite effective, customizable solutions on AI use cases. So let me move on as what Intel is doing in that space, right? So our mission and vision, we just want to be the trusted performance leader that unleashes the potential of data. And in this scenario, uh, data is the video that AxxonSoft is managing very well, and we want to be the trusted performance leader there. And what we are doing, so as Alex mentioned, so there are different techniques to approach AI. You can do more hardware intensive or cost intensive way, or you can do more cost effective way. And what Intel is bringing to AI space is on the more cost effective space, because we have this software development kit called OpenVINO, which is free software from Intel that really democratizes the AI use cases, because what OpenVINO does is to utilize the CPU resources as much as possible, so that you can run AI tasks on the CPU itself without needing any additional GPU, which can be quite expensive in some cases. Because if you have a CPU which is quite powerful and you can utilize the CPU only less than 50%, and other 50% plus is idle in the system. So why not utilizing that idle resources which you already paid for, right? And run your AI tasks on the CPU itself without having any additional acceleration cards. Even if it is not enough, in that case, where we have integrated GPU, which is embedded in the CPU core, so you can utilize the graphical performance unit inside the CPU as well. And in most of the cases, we can provide a good enough performance on AI tasks using OpenVINO. And whenever you need, we have accelerators as well. For example, we have Movidius accelerators, which can be added into the PCI Express slot of the server or PC compute device that you have, or we can have FPGA accelerators whenever you need higher performance, right? And some of the technologies that we have, which enable this, which is embedded in the CPU, for example, Intel Deep Learning Boost technology. This is a technology that we introduced a couple of years ago, and this is the first time Intel is utilizing AI acceleration core inside the CPU, right? And which really increased the AI performance of the CPU. We started this technology in Xeon CPUs targeting servers, but this year we introduced this to Intel Core processors as well. Codename Tiger Lake, Intel Core i3, Core i5, Core i7 processors. We also have Intel Deep Learning Boost technology. So depending on your budget or the needs, you can use core processors to do AI utilizing Deep Learning Boost, or you can use Xeon on high-end applications, which utilize as well also Deep Learning Boost technology. Um, and also Intel's graphic performance unit also come up with powerful techniques like quick sync technology and other media acceleration technologies, so that you can utilize the graphical unit in a maximum way. So really, bottom line here is that when you are trying to attack the smart city challenges using AI, Intel's hardware plus software solutions are providing really, really cost-effective solutions. And not to mention, this is also a very power-efficient solution because you reduce the extra cards, power usages, you just utilize the existing CPU, etc., etc. With that, I would like to finish my presentation by saying thank you to AxxonSoft team and appreciate their partnership so far. And I'm really looking forward to more collaboration in the future. And finish by a line by our co-founder, one of our co-founders, Robert Noyes. Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful. And we are really looking forward to go ahead and do something wonderful together with you and AxxonSoft, and looking forward to your questions and requests. Thanks so much, and back to Alex.
Okay. Thank you, team, for this great webinar. It looks like we have all questions covered. So thank you so much for presenting at our session, and thank you so much for attending our session, and see you at the second one in about 20 minutes. Have a great day. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our second session for today on building your own VSaaS. And our speaker today is Anton Emelyanov. Anton, it's to you.
Thank you, Kate. Hello, my name is Anton Emelyanov. I'm Technical Project Manager at AxxonSoft South Africa. Today, we will discuss the options that AxxonSoft offers to build cloud-based video surveillance solutions. To get started, some facts about the company. We operate globally with 50 offices worldwide and more than 550 employees. We have over 30,000 customers in more than 140 countries. Almost 500,000 projects based on our software are completed. Our company has 30 patents. We have been developing disrupting technologies in the security market for 25 years. AxxonSoft Cloud Solution Portfolio basically consists of two products, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter and Axxon Net. Axxon VSaaS Datacenter is a software platform that enables telecom carriers, cloud service providers, integrators to build their own video surveillance as a service that leverage the power of AxxonSoft's AI analytics and intelligent search for recorded video. The platform advantages and benefits are deployment to private or public infrastructure, full customization with the possibility of the carrier's branding or EM, true cloud or hybrid architecture, I will talk about this later, multiple sites for each user, multiple users per site, the use of thick desktop client, powerful AI analytics and smart search in the video footage, reports and informational dashboards on the web, flexible role-based user rights management. Axxon Net is a free for everyone cloud-based system management service for Axxon Next VMS. It provides convenient monitoring of multiple remote sites, applying the secure connection to VMS servers, advanced web clients, and reports. In our presentation, we will focus on Axxon VSaaS Datacenter, but firstly, I'll shortly describe the Axxon Net Cloud service. Axxon Net Cloud service connects to your Axxon Next VMS service via HTTPS protocol. Latest version of TLS encryption safeguards the data transmitted from the VMS server to the cloud. You don't have to open any ports or deploy any other potential vulnerable settings since the connection to the cloud is outgoing. The web or mobile client connects to the cloud through HTTPS protocol as well. Password hashing is in database. Ensure that user passwords are inaccessible to attackers. The video shows you how to connect to Axxon Net. You can see how simple it is. Use your Axxon Next credential to access the system via the web client. Connect to the domain, receive the token, and apply it to Axxon Next. To get access with the mobile client like Android app, just use Axxon Net credential as you did with the web client. After a successful login, the list of the camera will appear. Now you can use the application for remote video monitoring, viewing reports, and getting event notification by email or on your mobile device. Our web client supports nearly all key features of the desktop client. You can create and alter layouts, add cameras to layout with easily with drag and drop method, display alarms on the alarm panel, view events videos with one click, perform all kinds of searches. The video here shows how to search in particular for line crossing events. View motion heat maps. Here we go. And analytics reports. Search by vehicle number, and of course many more. I will show the web client functionality in more detail in a live demo later. Let's talk about mobile app. With new Axxon Net mobile app, you get 24/7 access to your system and control all the situation at your fingertips. You can easily connect to the cloud using the same credentials as for the web access, display cameras in different modes according to configured layouts or groups, or create new layouts and set them as a default. Here is an example. View live and recorded video and export videos and still frames in different formats. Here we go. Control PTZ cameras with your mobile device. As easy as that. Use full screen mode and video streams change. Quickly locate your cameras and view videos right on the map. Navigate through the video footage quickly by displaying events according to set filters. View and share event videos with the staff in charge or interested persons. Or quickly find detected faces in the video footage. Take advantage of real-time awareness with push notifications and jump to video recordings stored in the cloud in one tap. You can also control connected equipment using macros, for example, to execute a macro to open the barrier and grant access to a guest car. The app is available for iOS, Android, and Wear OS for free. Now let's move on to the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter platform. One of the basic features of the platform is that it enables building VSaaS solutions based on different architectures. This diagram shows a true cloud or hosted architecture. This type of architecture implies that only cameras and network equipment are installed on the client side. Video can be buffered to SD cards embedded in the cameras to prevent data loss in case of internet connection failures. Optionally, lightweight appliances such as NVRs can be added. The main archive is stored in the cloud. The client does need to maintain and support complex on-site hardware infrastructure, which makes the system easily scalable, low upfront expenditure, and maintenance cost. This diagram shows a hybrid architecture. In this case, a classic VMS is deployed at the client site with on-prem VMS service and the possibility to manage the system from local desktop clients. Video is stored locally on VMS service, so the recording is not affected by internet connection failures. Selected portions of video, for instance, alarm event videos, can be stored in the cloud to be quickly accessed from different devices. The cloud helps easily access and monitor remote local systems using the web client, mobile app, and thick desktop client. This diagram shows a solution architecture in more detail. On the right, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter, you can see the three main components of the software platform. These are a cluster of Axxon Next EMEA service and cloud storage, the Axxon Net web portal that is responsible for user web interface, and Axxon Data System that generates reports based on video analytics data. The user and administrator interfaces are shown on the left. Users can use the web client in a standard web browser, the AxxonNet mobile application, and even the Axxon Next desktop client, which I will describe in more detail later. SSO is a single sign-on system that can be integrated with the platform to provide easy access to users. Orchestrator is a web-based administrative tool used by the VSaaS provider to configure the system. The third-party IoT platform is an option used by some of our partners. In this case, the VSaaS operates as a part of the IoT solution, providing video from the cameras along with the data from other IoT devices that the user can monitor in a single IoT interface. Now, camera connection options. Camera and other streaming devices can connect to the cloud in several ways. For cameras that supports the installation of AxxonNet plugin, a direct connection is possible. The camera can be installed in a private network behind network address translation. The plugin provides a secure HTTPS connection. All data is TLS encrypted. With the plugin, the camera can transmit to the cloud live video and video recorded to the camera's SD card. Cameras and NVRs that do not support installing the plugin can connect via VPN channel setup using a VPN-enabled router. The third way is to use Axxon Next Gateway, which is a computer platform with Axxon Next VMS installed. It can be a lightweight appliance for buffering video, and send it to the cloud, or a full-featured VMS server with local video storage and video analytics when using the hybrid architecture. Our Axxon VSaaS Datacenter software platform enables providers to use their own computing infrastructure, either virtual machines or physical servers, or entity infrastructure, virtual machines in the public cloud, such as Amazon Web Services, AWS, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud. Object storage support reduces the cost of storing large amount of video data in the public cloud, since this type of storage is offered by providers at a much lower cost than standard block storage. So VSaaS providers can choose the way that works best for them. For example, a telecom carrier can deploy VSaaS to their own infrastructure and expand the range of services for their clients, gaining competitive advantage and increasing average revenue per user. A smaller integrator can rent the computing infrastructure in a public cloud, taking advantage of zero upfront costs and maintenance fees with instant scalability, world-class security, and reliability provided by leading global cloud operators. Even when integrators rent computing resources in the public cloud, the system can be profitable for them while offering an average market cost to the user. This is achieved by purchasing committed use contracts for several years. Providers of computing infrastructure such as Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and AWS offer up to 60% discount with term pricing when purchasing the reserved virtual machines instances for 3 years. From the provider's perspective, the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter platform offers all necessary features for efficient deployment, maintenance, and scaling of the VSaaS solution. The cloud-based VMS server cluster features failover service, dynamic resource allocation to each new client or task, and it can scale up to 10,000 servers. The web portal features microservice architecture and horizontal scalability. It supports sending of events to third-party IoT platforms and export of alarm videos to streaming services such as Amazon KVS. The user interface enables quick customization and provider branding. The user report system is limitlessly scalable and enables the development of new reports without coding. From the user perspective, our Axxon VSaaS Datacenter solution offers a wide choice of AI-based analytics and smart search tools, such as AI behavior analytics, social distancing violation detection, crouching detection, man down detection, and raised arm detection. AI fire and smoke detection, retail analytics, for example, visit account and queue management, heat mapping, facial recognition, license plate recognition, customized analytics, such as detection of people wearing no helmet or no high visibility vest, and smart forensic search by multiple criteria. Here you go. Equally important to AI video analytics is cybersecurity. Along with the secure connection and user password hashing, our platform offers an extensive list of features that help secure the users, which is crucial for any cloud. You can set up a forced user password change after a specified period and the number of passwords in history that are not allowed for use. Further, you can set up an account logout time after a specified number of failed login attempts, and automatic logout can be performed after a set period of user inactivity. ReCAPTCHA version 3 can be applied on the login screen to suppress bots' login attempts. If the user does not use their account for a long time, say a month, you can automatically lock the account and require reactivation for that user via email. Finally, two-factor authentication can be applied for your cloud solution. Last but not least, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter is the only VSaaS platform in the market that supports the use of the thick desktop client. The standard Axxon Next VMS desktop client uses the secure HTTPS protocol to connect to the cloud. You can flexibly configure layouts to display cameras from different sites together or separately. For example, if you have a chain of small shops, each of which has 1 or 2 cameras, you can create a layout showing all cameras of shops located in a city district. In addition, thanks to hardware video decoding on Intel and NVIDIA GPUs, you can create a rather big video wall with high-resolution monitors and dozens of cameras based on a client computer powered by a medium-performance processor. Those advanced features of on-premises systems become available for VSaaS users. Thank you for listening. That's all with the presentation. Now I will conduct a live show on the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter operation. Please give me some seconds. Thank you. Here is the main interface of the cloud, the domains page. We already logged in as an admin user. That's the VSaaS Datacenter deployed in a public cloud. That software product works in real time on the virtual machines in the cloud. Here is the address. VSaaS based on our platform provides multi-tenancy, which means multiple separated user accounts. Four domains are created here, which basically are groups of connected Axxon Next VMS instances. In on-premises systems, the domain usually represent isolated systems that are different sites. In the cloud, it's a logical level of the system organization used for user rights management. In short, domains represent customers. Since we're an admin user, we can see all currently created domains. So for domains, you can simply add a new domains by clicking the plus button and specifying the description text fields. Name is mandatory. Already created domains can be edited. That's the same fields. Now, or deleted. Yeah. Now let's take a look at the icons. If you see the web client icon, that means that your domain is currently online. I will show the web client functionality a bit later. The most important icon here is sites. Clicking on sites, you can see the site or branches inside the domain with the number of cameras and video archive retention times. Site is the instance of Axxon Next VMS. Our domain 1, has 2 sites, site A and site B, with the archive depth set to 7 days and 2 cameras set to constant recording. Again, you can easily create a new site inside the domain by clicking the plus button and specifying parameters such as the name of the site, contact person, and the amount of cameras and retention, archive retention. The amount of resources needed for the site will be automatically calculated. So I'm talking about CPU, memory, disk space, based on the analytics and number of cameras specified. So that's the menu for editing the site. We can also edit the existing site. So currently we see that this domain has 2 sites. In fact, all of our domains have 2 sites. And the status of the sites is active for both, no problems. So let's say if I want to add new cameras or more archive, the CPU, memory, and disk space resources will be recalculated and automatically changed. Let's go to the domains page. The supervisor shows our servers, either VM or hardware sites. And in our case, it's virtual machines and Axxon Next instances. So currently we have free Axxon Next, free host, free servers. If you need to add more, you can do it here. And you can see the health of the system. So we have free hosts, free servers. Our site A and site B are hosted on Next 1 and Next 2 machines respectively. You can see the health of the status of each server and percentage of computing resources consumed by each instance. The cluster places the VMS instances according to free resources on hosts, on servers, automatically. So our hosts are good, health status is good. The role menu will allow you to add new users to your domain, but we will talk about this later. Next important thing is web configurator. Let's access it. Currently, we see 4 tabs. Main tab shows the cameras of the domain. So we can see 2 cameras here on site B. Templates, configuration templates, I use it to quickly set up cameras with certain analytics functions or stream settings. So for example, those are pre-created templates. You can add them. So for example, this template is video content analytics detector on mainstream. Let's not edit that. Let's go back to cameras. Let's say you have big number of cameras, 100 cameras, and you want to add analytics for each camera. Instead of do it individually, camera by camera, which can take a lot of time, you can select all cameras and assign template. So let's say if I want to have that VCA detector should be on my all cameras, I choose here, and this will add the object tracker to the cameras. To create a new camera, you can press the plus button. So you can choose the site to add, vendor, let's say it will be OnWith, device model, 1 channel multi-stream, and the classic parameters, I mean IP address, port, username, password. Create button will create the camera for us. To edit the settings of the camera, go to the camera. We also have a snapshot. And here you can edit the settings. To edit the settings of the detector, let's go here. On this camera, we have 2 templates, constant recording and people count detector. So people count detector is on low quality stream. Let's open it. Here we can tweak the sectors, areas of the detector. The user and roles will allow you to create users per site individually. So that's all with the web configurator. So we already created sites. We checked the health of the system. It's all good. We have configured the site. We have added cameras and analytics. Now let's go to the web client. Here is the web client. Let's hide this. So here we can have a list of all cameras. We can sort them, use favorites, search for cameras, all layouts, have a snapshot view. You can edit the layouts, like create new layouts, order them, delete layouts, use by default, and so on. So this layout is already created for cameras here. Here is our sites, 2 sites on this domain. So let's go to the archive. Sorry, my connection might be bad. Yeah, here we go. You can play the archive, do the export. That's the start. That's the end in MKV format. Export is ready. You can download it. Let's go back to the live view. We can maximize the camera, apply digital zoom, and of course use the smart search functionality. So here is the list of the current smart search functionality. Let's try a heat map. Let's choose the heat map. Let's choose the time. Where do we want a heat map? Heat map is ready. By the way, this camera is a video AI analytics. So AI human detection is configured on this camera. So what is heat map? Basically, with this camera, we're only tracking humans and ignoring the vehicles. The sun is quite busy and people are small, about 10% of frame height. With the neural network, only humans are detected, not vehicles. So heat map is created, we can export it. And we also see that looks like there's someone walking not on the zebra. Let's try to find him. So let's use the line crossing. I want to know who crossed this vertical line. Yes, indeed. He crosses this vertical line, we found him. So that's, of course, that's not all functionality of the web client. You can have information about the statistics, for example, like see if you have configured the cameras correctly, if the codec is correct, and so on. Yeah, but that's a new web client. Over next, in the cloud, we have a list management tool. There is a vehicles LP list, license plate lists. So several lists already have been created. We can set up a new list and add number to that list. Those lists will be automatically synchronized with your domains. For example, if the customer wants to set up a recognition against the list functionality, those lists can be used, for example, to like on certain number, open the barrier. Okay, moving next, reports tab. Here we have our reports. That's not the full list of them. Here is the full list. You can add new reports, you can customize them. I want to show you the visitors reports. So basically that's report for people counter detection. Let's produce the report. Let's change the view. Here is our report. That's report only for today, but of course you can select the time period. You can export the report, print it, save it. There is a schedule functionality, so you can have, if you want to have a report like on daily basis, you can set up, subscribe for daily report sending. Those are formats, you can choose when to send. The reports have the ability to, basically it has the events from all your sites. Information in the database can be saved for very long, let's say years. So you can have the events for long and produce reports. Moving next, let's go to the main tab. Access management. The access management tab shows user and domain groups. The user rights management is a very flexible and convenient way when working with large systems with hundreds of users and domains. You can create groups of users and groups of domains and assign the user groups to the domain groups with different roles. So we already have 2 groups of users here. So that's our users, that's the groups, 2 emails in the group, and domain groups. So we have 4 domains. In domain group 1, we have domain 1 and 2. In group 2, we have domain 3 and 4. So yeah, if you have, for example, like hundreds users with hundreds of domains, with the access management, it will be easy to assign in a bulk, so you don't have to do it individually. So by pressing the add button, so we're currently managing domain group 2, which can consist of multiple domains, not only 2, of course. And we want to have a user group, let's say 2, to have role admin. So if we assign this, the user group 2 will be assigned to domain group 2 with those roles. So as I said, it's a very handy way to manage users and rights in huge systems. Moving next, dashboards. The dashboards is another type of video analytics data representation. You can create your own dashboards containing different reports and widgets. We already have 3 dashboards created. So let's take a look at them. So this dashboard is showing you the total number of events. It's a pretty simple one. Latest event dashboard shows you the list of latest events from all cameras and all available service. For example, moving zone for this camera on this side with the snapshot. And let's take a look at the visitors dashboard. It's an example of visit account data from different sites in different views by hour or by day. You can customize it, expand it, filter. Of course, you can set up the time period. So if you want to have a dashboard on your own, you can easily create this by using the widget, create the widget with the designer. So that's it with the web interface. The last and but not least, let me show you, THIC client. As mentioned before, you can use the THIC client, THIC desktop Axxon Next VMS client with our VSaaS. Here is the desktop client already created to our cloud. This layout represents all cameras from all our sites and domains. Let me show you. Here is our site A, site B, and other sites. So this already built in cross-system functionality in our THIC desktop client. Of course, you can configure layouts, grouping, and camera grouping from different sites at your convenience. You can also build video wall showing all cameras within a city-wide system or installed at geographically distributed sites. Hardware video recording helps to build large and cost-effective video walls. And by the way, here is our video with the NeuroTrack applied. Let's show tracking. So that's the video from intersection. You can see how AI human detection works. All detected humans are highlighted and no vehicles are detected. That's all for me in this live demo. I hope this session was informative. Please share your thoughts, comments. Of course, feel free to ask any questions. We will be glad to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, for a great presentation. Thank you for attending our session, everyone. We have covered most of the questions in the chat. If you would like to learn more about this product of ours, please click on the link we're sharing right now in a chat box, or you can reach out to us from our booth, set up a personal session with one of our managers, or just ask a question in a chat. Thank you so much for attending the second session. The third session will be starting in about 20 minutes. Have a great day. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our third session for today on the AxxonSoft Industry Solutions. And our speaker for today is going to be Colleen Glazier, our Managing Director for AxxonSoft UK. Colleen, that's to you.
Thank you, Kate, and thanks for the introduction. Good day, everybody. I trust you've enjoyed the presentations thus far. This morning, I'm going to discuss some of our solutions that we've implemented around the world and the different verticals that AxxonSoft can assist with. So I believe many of you are familiar with AxxonSoft, but for those of you who are not, I'm here just to give you a quick summary. We're a global company, and we operate in 50 offices worldwide with more than 550 employees. We have over 13,000 customers in more than 140 countries. Over 480,000 projects based on our software are already completed. Our company proudly holds 30 patents. We've been developing disruptive technologies in the security sector for 25 years. With 11 large centers in our retail sector in Denmark, Denmark's largest garden and animal center chain, 2 large stores that specialize in plants would have full coverage camera surveillance. Their requirements was to access recordings, easily handling of the video wall, flexible layouts, and the ability to follow people around the store. With license plate detection, their stores have about 80 cameras in each store. It's a mix of fisheye cameras and regular cameras, and they'd also like to be able to know how many people have entered and exited their stores. Again, in our retail sector, after the last 2 decades, Maxima Group has grown from a single store in Vilnius to the largest Lithuanian-born grocery retailer with over 1,000 stores in the Baltics, Poland, and Bulgaria. The company employs over 40,000 people spread throughout countries, within the Maxima Group. What is our solution? AxxonSoft solution, it's huge retail is required through the monitoring and the ability to analyze the effectiveness. Retail analytics with AI object detection proved to be the best for Maxima. A video surveillance and retail analytics system over 256 stores with 2,980 cashier operators, comprising 21,000 cameras deployed in this group. Banking. This is one of the biggest banks in Ukraine. It's in the international AG group. As one of the biggest banks, it serves over 4 million individuals and 200,000 legal entities. The security features 17,000 plus cameras, 2,100 plus servers to cover 600 branches across the country. The security system is deployed to prevent crime and to conduct forensic investigation. Any bank is a special kind of institution with a product that demands particular vigilance and security. A bank must have the trust and loyalty of its clients and be rest assured that their savings are under careful guard. So security systems for a bank must be, 1, competitive, to defend not only to defend the central offices, but also the branches, the departments, and other affiliates. 2, fault tolerant and reliable. 3, flexible and manageable from one central hub. 4, easily scalable, since the banks may constantly be opening up new branches all the time. The solution from AxxonSoft. Thus, the project goal was to create an integrated security system to unite all of these bank security equipment in various locations via hardware and software with a centralized data collection, processing, analytics, and storage capabilities, as well as a central hub. The security system was designed to accomplish the following tasks: to enable the monitoring of the security at the bank branches, quick reaction from the operator, whom had access to a uniformed user interface, automatically record and control access of employees, visitors to the branches, and provision access rooms, storage areas, and access zones, perform smart analytics of information automatically, keep the bank's ATM network safe with access to embedded ATM cameras, electronically track and automatically monitor how access keys are stored and issued. If we look at our vertical in the industrial production, ArcelorMittal is the world's leading steel company. Mittal is the leader in major global steel markets, including the automotive, constructive, household, appliances, and packaging. Mittal, with a workforce of more than 199,000 employees, has representation in 60 countries around the world. What did AxxonSoft do? What was our solution? AxxonSoft is the security standard for PJSC ArcelorMittal, one of the biggest rolled steel producers in Ukraine, as part of the international ArcelorMittal company. Along with the video surveillance and the video analytics, the solution comprises of vehicle access control via license plate recognition, rolling stock control through rail wagon number recognition, and integration with the perimeter security system. The broad integration of capabilities of AxxonSoft software on the open door further to the system's expansion. Blue Coat School is situated in the United Kingdom. It was founded in 1722 and is a leading co-education independent private school situated in Birmingham. The site is approximately 14 acres, and there's 12 main school building blocks at various outbuildings. So what was the problem at the school? The main entry on the site had automated vehicle and pedestrian gates, linked access control, and integrated systems. The exit gate, the issue arose with the exit gate when people were entering through the exit gate. There was the parking situation for the local residents that were coming in and out of the school, the public use of the sports center until 10 p.m. every day, safeguarding, most importantly, the pupils. AxxonSoft Next Universe software was deployed with 17 cameras. The result, the new CCTV system provides the clients many benefits: tracking of human targets, tracking of vehicle targets by color, motion detection by direction of travel, loitering, very important in the education if somebody's loitering around, to make sure that the CCTV detects that. Left and removed objects in detection, object appearance or object disappearance, and most certainly to search by face, facial detection and recognition. Atlantis, the palm of the luxury hotel resort in the United Arab Emirates, located in Dubai, opened in 2008 with 1,548 rooms. Naturally themed resort has two accommodation wings consisting of the east and the west tower, both being linked. What were the challenges? The challenges due to the technology expansion and the release of the new guidelines for CCTV in the UAE, specifying how and where recorded devices of cameras should and could be fitted, under what conditions. It was decided to replace the outdated NVRs that had been installed at that time of the hotel's inauguration. In the initial stages of the project, AxxonSoft was competing with almost all top CCTV brands around the world. Ultimately, Intellect Enterprise PSIM came out on top due to the product's features, user-friendly interface, integration, and fault tolerance capabilities, along with our excellent technical support. In South Africa, poaching is the liberating epidemic that has Southern Africa reeling from the atrocities. These exquisite African animals and wildlife are the continent's shining stars, particularly rhinos and elephant declining in the number of poaching that the countries and the continent is currently faced with. Axxon has specifically trained a neural network to provide proactive surveillance in identifying poaching threats across Southern Africa. To avoid this, we implemented AI to accurately detect the difference between a human and an animal. And you would have seen in the video that I have just played for you that the humans were detected, but the rhinos on the right-hand side were most certainly not detected, thus eliminating false alarms. AxxonSoft is extremely conscious on their social responsibilities and the fight against anti-rhino poaching. Our next customer in the transportation is a city in Denmark, which has a bridge department. This is quite an exciting one too. It has bridges that connect the island to the mainland in two separate ways. One method is a personal bridge where they can control the openings, etc. And the other preferred method is to control remotely from the security center. The two bridges monitor the sea and the roads crossing the bridges. For the last 6 years, we've had that solution and no solution for the other bridge. The demands from the city was that the video solution would help monitor and record the events of both bridges. The city also needed to count the vehicles driving in both directions. What were the challenges? Our customer was planning to control two massive bridges remotely and needed hardware and software solutions that could help to see them, to help them to see what was going on. Also, the traffic count, smoke, and fire detection were needed. The last thing, alarm, if a person walked into the arches of one of the bridges. The solution that was offered here was AI vehicle detection, human behavior analytics, and reports on the web. And to be installed Axxon Next universal licenses with AI vehicle detection, human behavior connected into the LDAP. And it is used within the city's integration in their bigger network. Again, in our transportation vertical, Mexico City International Airport is the largest and busiest airport in Latin America. In 2018, it handled over 47 million passengers. For this case, we implemented 2 command centers, one in each airport terminal. About 60 security operators work 24/7 with the high availability system. Each command center is equipped with 2 4K video walls to monitor more than 2,000 cameras, including 800 cameras with real video analytics. All of this helps to prevent and detect security breaches and to quickly pass the information to the police, authorities, and other entities where necessary. Each terminal also has its own crisis center that is designed to perform forensic search and other investigations in the case of an emergency. Our VMS provides video analytics, including neural human detection and intelligent search tools, including face and license plate search. So between June the 14th and June the 14th and July the 15th in 2018, the final part of the 21st FIFA World Cup took place in Russia. 32 teams from around the world played 64 matches in 12 stadiums located in 11 Russian cities. More than 3 million fans packed the stadiums, while tens of millions of more followed the action in the fan zones and the other venues set up for the championship games. Members of the international sporting community repeatedly noted the impeccable level of the organizing and hosting of the World Cup. FIFA President Gianni Infantino labeled the 2018 tournament as the best in history. The competition didn't experience any incidents, despite the pre-tournament fears of hooligans, while Russia delivered a positive experience to travelers of the event. AxxonSoft made a significant contribution technically towards this event, keeping the club zones, fan zones, transportation, stadiums, and travelers safe throughout the entire FIFA World Cup. The solution that was deployed here, the Intellect PSIM platform, was deployed in various areas of 10 out of 12 of the stadiums where 49 World Cup matches were played. The Intellect PSIM software managed the fans who attended these games. More than 9,000 surveillance cameras were used to protect over 2 million fans that attended. In addition to the video surveillance, Auto Intellect and Face Intellect software modules were deployed to conduct automatic number plate recognition and facial recognition at all the stadiums. Besides, the Intellect PSIM was used as a basis for the integrated video surveillance system designed to meet the MIA's monitoring needs for World Cup sporting sites. To that end, the Intellect PSIM software was connected to the existing video surveillance systems at each of the 12 stadiums via a dedicated interface. AxxonSoft most certainly played an important and critical role keeping fans from around the world safe in 2018. AxxonSoft has over 150 safe city deployments, and I'm going to share Yongsan with you today. Yongsan is a large city with a population of about 300,000 people and an area of about 484 kilometers squared. Early attempts to introduce an urban city system faces a number of issues, such as video interference, video server crashing after adding several cameras at once, problems when trying to connect third-party systems, and usability of the search interface in the video footage archive, a central control hub, long-term storage, superior video server performance, reliability, user-friendly interfaces. What was the solution? To meet this challenge, we deployed forensic search to quickly find events based on certain criteria, face search, ANPR search, and more. The solution that is currently deployed in Yongsan, and this is an Axxon Next VMS. It just met all the needs and opened up new possibilities. Now that Greenstream and Intel QuickSync video dramatically reduces the load on the video server and glitches in live and recorded video playback, it's just a thing of the past. Due to the high performance and optimization resources, Axxon Next servers take up to 200 cameras each, whereas previous solutions were only limited to 70. The significant reduction in the hardware resulted in a much lower capital investment for the end user and for ownership. Axxon Next SDK ensures smooth integrations with other security systems, such as video encryption and export systems, alarm systems, integrated control posts, and many others. Security personnel quickly mastered all their monitoring and investigation tasks. Thanks to Axxon's Next GUI. Unlike previous systems and other similar offers on the security market, Axxon Next surpassed the client's expectations and excelled in the competitive benchmarking, even in the tough scenarios that we had to deal with, high network congestion and offline storage. Our next safe city that I'm going to share with you, and the last safe city today, is Turin. Turin is an important business and cultural center in northern Italy, with a population of around 880,000. Like most Italian cities popular amongst tourists, Turin is quite safe. However, on over 130 square kilometer territory, there are a higher risk where illegal drug trade and criminal conflicts occur. The challenges, aside from fighting crime and the drug business, the municipal police had to improve the safety of the city's infrastructure to increase and eradicate vandalism. It was decided to implement the video surveillance system that should cover all risk areas for real-time offenses and crime detection. The AxxonSoft solution, the Safe City project, has been commissioned in the municipality of Turin to create a system of remote centralized monitoring of the situation on the streets in the cities, prompt response to meet the customer's needs, to meet the customer's needs. The project was divided into 2 stages. The first was included implementing the video surveillance in the critical areas and as specified by our customer. The second stage involved a business and government partnership where private surveillance systems, retails, outlets, facilities, various institutions, private and personal, could connect to the publicly owned video surveillance network. The Intellect Piece empowered solution fulfills all customer requirements and goes way beyond effective video surveillance, a timely and targeted response mechanism that has been put in place to automatically inform the police of any undesirable events that occur in the city of Turin, making it a safe city. I'd like to thank you all for listening and joining Axxon On Air today. I won't be taking any questions on my slides, but please, all of our experts around the world are waiting for you to connect with them and reach out to them in a private session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Colleen, for your presentation. That was our final session for today. Thank you to our attendees from Asia, Europe, Middle East, and Africa for joining us today. Our booth is going to remain open for you to explore it, to ask questions, or set up personal sessions with our managers. And we also will be opening our Americas sessions in about 7 hours from now. Thank you so much for attending our show today, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. We will be starting in about 3 minutes. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to our AxxonSoft On Air today, and thank you for joining our first session for today, focused on customizable AI analytics and Axxon Next 4.5 new features. Today for this session, we are joined by our great technology partner, Intel. Our speakers for today, Alexander Hermann on AxxonSoft part and Robert Rissany on Intel part. Alexander, here's to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Kate. Also, greetings from my side. Thanks to everyone that showed up and is interested in learning more about AxxonSoft. Welcome to our today's event. We will focus on AI analytics in our Axxon Next VMS, particularly general and customizable analytics. Apart from this, we will discuss new features in Axxon Next 4.5 and some other features that complement the new ones, making the system effective at handling common video surveillance tasks. Although the most part of our audience today is already aware of who and what AxxonSoft is, I'd like to take this opportunity to shortly introduce our company to our new guests here. AxxonSoft operates globally with currently 50 offices and more than 550 employees worldwide. We have over 13,000 satisfied customers located in more than 140 different countries. Over 480,000 projects based on our software are completed to date. We have been developing disruptive technologies in the security market for 25 years and have 30 registered patents. Now, let's focus on AI video analytics. We offer two types of such analytics based on general neural networks and customized for specific project requirements. General networks are trained once for some average scene and can be used for many similar installations as is. We already have general neural networks for posture recognition, human detection, fire and smoke detection, and currently we are training the neural network for vehicle detection as well. The other type of AI video analytics is custom analytics based on specifically trained neural networks to handle specific tasks. Personal protective equipment use control is one example of those custom AI analytics. In the two pictures on the top of the slide, you can see this network in action. It detects the absence of a helmet on the left image and the absence of a security vest on the right image. For training, we use video material from the installation site, and typically from thousands to tens of thousands labeled frames are required. Although this is a time-consuming process, it enables handling of non-standard tasks. For example, we can train neural networks on demand to detect specific types of objects, like the gas barrels shown in the bottom left image, or detect other objects from an unusual viewing angle and in difficult lighting conditions, which includes the use of thermal cameras. As I mentioned before, thousands of labeled frames are required for AI training. AxxonSoft has a dedicated department that trains neural networks to handle client-specific cases. Here you can see an example of data labeling. All the images that will be used to train the neural network need to be marked up with specialized software to identify all the objects to be detected. In this case, those are people and vehicles. When the process is done correctly, the trained neural network works particularly well even in challenging conditions, giving up to 95 to 96% for both precision and recall, which means that 95% of objects of interest will be detected with a 5% false alarms rate. You may ask yourself, all these AI detection tools, they are very resource consuming. What kind of hardware will be necessary? Well, to make an intelligent video surveillance system cost effective, we utilize GPU acceleration for the most resource intensive tasks. The first demanding task is the decoding of video transmitted by IP cameras, usually in H.264 or H.265 formats. In our product, GPUs embedded in Intel processors and NVIDIA graphics cards can be used for hardware video decoding. The decoded video then can be analyzed with any standard or AI video analytics. The second and the most resource-intensive task is AI operation. All our AI algorithms are GPU-enabled. You can use Intel and NVIDIA accelerators, which include Intel's AI accelerators based on Movideo's VPU, for instance, the Mustang V100 MX8 accelerator card, and CUDA-enabled NVIDIA graphics cards with dedicated accelerators, for example, GeForce, Quattro, and Tesla series. Furthermore, several graphics cards or AI accelerators can be installed on a single server to maximize performance. Thanks to this, servers can analyze more concurrent video streams at HD resolution and even higher, and multiple times more cameras can be connected to a single server, reducing hardware expenses. Now, let's turn to a live demo to show how our AI video analytics work in real-world applications. Here you can see an example of the use of our common neural net for human detection in combination with a line crossing trigger event. The streams of both cameras are decompressed on the server's GPU. Also is the neural tracker analytics. At the bottom of each camera, we have a statistic and event panel showcasing the counted lines crossing. On the right side, the sum of both cameras is displayed. Moving on to the next layout, I will showcase you a highly demanded feature by our partners, the real-time privacy masking of people in the camera's field of view. In Axxon Next settings, it is possible to assign user groups the ability to view masked video or to remove this possibility. The privacy mask is applied on the live video, in the archive, and also in the exports made from this archive video. This is also accomplished with our common neural net for posture recognition. Speaking of pose recognition, the recognized human pose can be used for several sub-detection tools. Here, for example, we detect if a human has raised both of his arms, which could imply an armed robbery. When the detection tool recognizes that a person has raised his hands, an alarm event can be triggered to inform the security personnel to make sure the situation can be handled fast and effectively. Surely, it is easy to show detection tools on pre-recorded demo video. Therefore, I would like to showcase you this detection tool on a live camera in our office as well. So, hello everyone. Let me just quickly raise my hand. And here we go. There we have our alarm. Another use case of the pose recognition can be the counting of people inside a predefined area or the whole camera's field of view. The current amount of people can be displayed on the camera layout. This feature may be helpful for retail projects to count the current amount of people in a line at a cash register to effectively manage open cash registers at a shop. Heat maps complete the tools for effective store management, but they are not only useful in retail projects. They can be useful for traffic management in a parking lot, like shown here as well. To build a heat map, simply switch to the search mode. Here we go. You choose a criteria for which the heat map should be built. We have motion and area here. You choose your archiving period for which you want to build your heat map. You hit the checkbox for showing the heat map. Simply hit search. Then the search is performed on all of the archived video, which is quite a lot actually. This is more than 2 hours. Let's just make it a little bit faster here. And then the heat map is applied on top of the camera's layout. Moving on to the two commonly used detection tools, LPR and face detection. Starting with LPR detection. In this tool, you can see all the recognized license plates in the event board on the right. If we switch to the search mode, we can search for these recognized license plates in our archived video. We can search for full license plates or for parts of license plates. So for example, I only remember the middle part of a license plate. I can place a star in before of the remembered part, and after that, hit search, and I get all the results of this license plate registered to this car. For face detection, we have a similar layout here. What is interesting about the face detection tool is the possibility to search for a face in the archive using any photo of a person's face. It can be a shot with your smartphone or pictures from an ID. So we switch to search. We can upload any photo, for example, this photo ID. We also choose our archive period for which we want to search. We hit search here. And as a result, you get all the found faces matching this photo. This similarity level is also shown here. So the recognized face is 85% similar to this ID photo. Both LPR and face can be used in combination with black and white lists to generate custom actions on a detection of a face or a license plate from a specified list. So for example, you can trigger an input to open up a door or a barrier if a face or a license plate was recognized. Face and LPR search also works on several cameras at the same time. So you can basically search for a face or for a license plate throughout your whole system. Here we can see our general network for smoke detection in action. On the event of smoke detected in a camera's field of view, an alarm is generated which can inform about a fire in an early state. This detection tool is useful in open areas where standard hardware for smoke detection is of no use. Not only the server can benefit of hardware acceleration, but also the client. This makes it possible to connect several monitors to an operator's workstation, which leads to more displayed live camera images at once using the same CPU power. We will learn more about this later on during the presentation. So let's move on with our other awesome features that round up the whole VMS experience. Let's start with cybersecurity, as this topic raises a huge attention recently. Here at AxxonSoft, we work to develop a strong security policy that is intended to prevent unauthorized access to your system. This includes password policy that enables you to set the minimum password length, set the number of passwords stored in history, specify a password validity period. You can activate password strength control, and also you can prevent multiple simultaneous sessions of a single user. On top of all these great features, the system can automatically block the user once the number of failed login attempts is reached, and you can set a range of permissible IP addresses for the client computers to be sure that no access is possible from any place outside your office, monitoring center, and so on. For stronger security, you can set up user access to the server with administrator confirmation. Apart from this, the system logs actions of the users, saving the user's IP address, the MAC address of the client computer, and more. Another security option which prevents unauthorized interference with your VMS is the system integrity check. When you start servers and clients, Axxon Next automatically checks the presence of all executable files and their digital signatures. If all files are in place and match their signatures, a system integrity check passed successfully record appears in the system log. Otherwise, if executable files are infected by viruses or someone replaced any files, a system integrity check failed event is registered. You can set the system to perform one of the pre-configured actions, such as showing a warning to administrators or all users, blocking users without admin rights when the integrity of the system is compromised. As we know, a good VMS is dependent on camera partners. Having a secure camera connection safeguards the data transmitted from the cameras to the server. This can be used with cameras that support encrypted video streaming. Axxon Next supports the RTSPS protocol and RTSP over HTTPS for ONWIF compliant devices. These protocols use TLS encryption for transmitted video data. Now, let's talk about Axxon Next client features. An interactive 3D map superimposes camera locations on a site map and displays camera views in the same window. You can instantly pinpoint where a selected camera is located, which is very handy for multiple similar-looking sites. In immersion mode, a semi-transparent video is superimposed on the map. This makes it easy to see where an object is located and where it is going to. So, once you see an object of interest that you may need to follow throughout your building, you simply click on the next camera located, and you will get the full picture of the situation. Another fantastic tool is Frame Merge. Frame Merge is a tool for effective control over extended areas, for instance, airports, stadiums, storage, and production sites. To use Frame Merge, simply link up to 3 camera feeds to create a panoramic view. Additionally, you can place a dialog board on the layout as well to use it for extracting or zooming in an area of interest of the combined panoramic view. Furthermore, you can view the resultant video in live or archive mode, and you can export panoramic videos to standard AVI or MKV files. Now, let's talk about video wall management. Video wall management can be very difficult, but not with Axxon Next's video wall management tool. It helps easily configure multi-computer and multi-monitor video walls. The monitors on the video wall can be connected to different client computers, and you can manage the video wall from any client connected to the same server domain. The configuration panel enables you to arrange monitors on the screen the same way as they are arranged on the video wall. You can simply choose a layout or a specific camera from the device tree on any client PC and send this layout to the video wall with just 2 clicks. In about a second, you will see an example of the video wall with 4 displays connected to a single server, to a single video wall client. The operator then chooses a new layout and sends it to a chosen monitor directly from his workplace. So the video wall configuration is simple, intuitive, and headache-free. We have talked a lot about GPU acceleration for the server. Now, as promised, let's focus on GPU acceleration for clients, since this is especially important for video walls. For this, you can use the embedded GPUs in Intel processors or NVIDIA graphics cards. Video decoding is a computing resource-intensive process, especially when you are dealing with H.265 video feeds. When using huge video walls consisting of high-resolution monitors such as 4K, multiple high-resolution video feeds have to be decoded and displayed. GPU acceleration enables smooth playback without tasking the CPU. During our tests, we could decode and display over 150 Full HD H.265 video streams with just one NVIDIA Quattro RTX 4000 graphics card. If necessary, you can install several graphic cards into a single client to maximize performance. Using this feature, you can build huge video walls using just a few client computers of average CPU performance, which makes the video surveillance system even more cost-effective. To maximize effectiveness, GreenStream is another feature for workload optimization. GreenStream technology enables you to save network bandwidth and client CPU resources with adaptive video streaming. It automatically selects a camera stream matching the current resolution of the video on the client screen. For instance, on a Full HD monitor with a 4x4 camera layout, each camera screen is only 480 by 270 pixels. GreenStream eliminates the need to transmit and then decode full resolution streams from all cameras, selecting the lower resolution stream for displaying, while the high resolution stream is used for recording. When viewing a camera in full screen, GreenStream automatically switches to the high resolution stream from the camera. A new feature introduced in Axxon Next 4.5 are dynamic layouts. The new dynamic layout helps handle different tasks, for example, video investigation or tracking of an object across a site. You can configure the layout utilizing any camera you need by simply drag and dropping a chosen camera from the object tree inside the layout. There is no need to enter the configuration mode for this. When you restart the client, the dynamic layout will be empty, but you can save it by simply duplicating the current dynamic layout. Like this, you will be able to use it later at your convenience. One of the most important jobs of a VMS is investigating of an incident. The storyboard is a phenomenal tool for just this. You can select video episodes recorded by different cameras in which the object of interest is present and export them into a single video file. Thus, you get one video file with multiple cameras. Say a suspect moves across a site from one camera field of view to another. Then you can send the file to the staff in charge or police so that it can be used as video evidence. Along with dynamic layouts, convenient search interface, and smart search capabilities in Axxon Next, the storyboard helps quickly retrieve the needed video data. Installers also very often request a feature that allows them to be able to monitor the health of an Axxon Next installation. Axxon Next Self-Diagnostic Service is a new 4.5 feature for system health monitoring and reliability enhancement. It is based on a locally hosted Prometheus system that can be accessed by your browser. Prometheus is a powerful open source system monitoring and alerting toolkit. It collects system operation statistics such as CPU load, memory usage, available disk space, camera FPS, and way more. The graphs show how these parameters change over time, and the filter helps quickly find particular moments when critical thresholds are exceeded. This is crucial for integrators as it helps them resolve different issues at the installation site by revealing their sources. You can also set up automatic actions so that the service will attempt to recover the normal system operation according to each case. The failover service ensures fault tolerance in distributed systems. It quickly switches to a standby server when communication with the primary server is lost. The standby server automatically takes over all functions from the offline or malfunctioning server. Live video streaming and recording resume within a minute. You can also suspend any server in the cluster with no system downtime, for example, if you need to update your system one by one. We've also added support for a licensing server. This licensing server enables using a single license key for one or several Axxon Next domains with an arbitrary distribution of licensed objects across a server, such as cameras, detection tools, and so on. This feature requires Axxon Next servers to be connected to the remote AxxonSoft licensing server via the internet. You can quickly check the available and consumed licenses and view the license feature owners inside your Axxon domains. As for the integration capabilities, our VMS can retrieve events from various external devices and systems, cash registers, access controls, third-party software, and more. As an example, for integration of access control system, the events are received in JSON format via TCP/IP. These events can be saved to the database and associated with recorded video. You can view events in real time in a separate pane or as video captions. Also, events are text searchable, which enables quick retrieval of the linked video episodes. Macro comments enable you to customize event response scenarios. Axxon Next supports the flexible configuration of a complex system response to any specified event. You can use if-then logic to create a macro that automatically performs the required actions upon an alarm event is generated by video analytics or hardware sensors. Macros can include any number of actions, run once or in a loop, and can be triggered by an event or manually. The scenarios can engage Axxon Next internal resources and connected equipment. As you can see here, once a fire is detected by the system, an internal alarm is generated. You can also send an email or a push notification to the personnel for them to be informed about the situation. Speaking of push notifications, with the new Axxon Net mobile app, you get 24/7 access to your system and control over the situation at your fingertips. You can easily connect to any Axxon Next VMS server, display cameras in different modes, according to the pre-configured layouts or camera groups. You can view live and recorded video. You can export videos and also export still frames in different formats. You can control PTZ cameras and quickly locate your cameras and view videos of these cameras right on the map. You can navigate through the video footage quickly by displaying events according to set filters, or quickly find detected faces in the video footage as well. You can view and share events with the staff in charge or interested person like this. The advantage of real-time awareness with push notification, and you can jump to video recordings stored in the cloud in one tab. You can also control your connected equipment using macro commands, for example, to open the barrier and grant access to a guest car. Additionally available, the Axxon Camera app. It is another useful app to utilize your mobile device in a different way. When a situation occurs, you may not have a camera in the area, but someone with an Android phone can use it as a security camera connected to Axxon Next. The free Axxon Camera app enables Android devices as mobile cameras. It streams video from the embedded camera in the mobile device to the Axxon Next server via the mobile internet or Wi-Fi connection. This is extremely useful for police and security guards to give live situation awareness while responding to a call. As we all know, video analytics can be very dependent on the server's hardware, pushing the cost of an installation to an enormous value. As we have talked about today, this is not an issue in combination with the right hardware that can be utilized by our detection tools. For this, I would like to give the floor to our colleagues from Intel. Thank you all for listening and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Alexander. This is Rob Rizany with Intel, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to present here in the conversation around the value of the AxxonSoft platform. Certainly, what we saw in this showcase today was the power of what it means for us to leverage a VMS capability. Importantly, also to leverage the value of predictive models and machine learning based models to solve different problems. So naturally here, when Intel shows up, you'd expect us to spend a lot of time focused in on, the chips and how fast they are and things like that. But the reality is that for those of you here in this discussion, it's all about the end value you're providing to somebody. So yes, I will focus here at the end on the specific values that Intel brings into this area, but I want to start off with our perspective on why it is we partner with companies like AxxonSoft in the context of deployed solutions. It starts off really with our perspective of what it means to have a good experience in whatever you're trying to do. And when I say an experience, I want you to think about here, it's the summer and maybe you've gone out to a restaurant or maybe you had a driver's license that expired. When you think of the word experience, it's so easy to think about the bad ones, whether it's waiting in line, forgetting your loyalty card, forgetting your badge to get into the health club at 6 o'clock in the morning, getting transferred to yet another call center agent. Each one of these makes us frustrated. It can create challenges for us internally, but sometimes from a business standpoint, we lose time, we lose an opportunity. So how do you measure a good experience? A good experience is dependent upon the specific actions you're taking at a specific moment in time. A frictionless experience is what delivers an outcome. When we think about the concept of the edge is where value is created or captured. And when we think about the edge, we naturally, in the computer world, think about the role of things like edge computing and the value of the right kind of processing capability at the right place. But beyond that, it's all about the specific location where people come together in the context of a relevant process to create value. And the thing that you've been seeing here in the demonstration today is the role that contextual intelligence can have in dealing with real world problems. And this has been an accelerating growth of the ways that deep learning capabilities can have an impact on our daily lives. Deep learning is having a massive impact because with the increase in the capacity of our edge compute platforms and the availability of optimization technologies like OpenVINO, we're able to take the capacity of deep learning algorithms and make them meet and even exceed the capacity of what humans have been able to do in interpreting context, better than even what was possible even just 10 years ago. With the advent of higher resolution cameras, the proliferation of video systems, also the proliferation of speech recognition technologies and other key ideas gives us more context in the places that people live, which allow us to create new values. Intel has invested significantly in OpenVINO to accelerate this journey, not because of any specific bias towards that Intel will always have the best technology, but most importantly, we want to give the builders of solutions like AxxonSoft the most flexible access to the compute platform they need for their use case. And it all starts from the premise of how deep learning impacts and interprets intelligence captured at the edge. We call that contextual intelligence. Well, what is contextual intelligence? Now, here in a discussion around VMS, and with a very educated, segment of users and buyers who are looking at technologies, it's easy to overlook what's really going on. When we use analytics, as we saw today, to recognize someone's posture, to recognize, smoke in the air, to recognize someone's a crowd or someone crossing over a line they shouldn't have, those are events that occur. And we can leverage machine learning capabilities to do a better job of recognizing those events, whether that's seeing, hearing, smelling, or feeling. It's all of the senses that we can equip edge compute capabilities to actually see and understand what's going on. But beyond that, it's also about understanding the conditions. It's great that you can see a car or see a license plate, but I hope you noticed in the demonstrations given today that we understand the conditions that are going around. It may be just fine that somebody has their hands in the air if they're in a health club. But if they have their hands in the air and they're standing in front of an ATM and somebody is behind them wearing a black hood, that may in fact suggest there's a holdup going on at that ATM. That's using machine learning and artificial intelligence to understand the condition that exists. This is what we mean by contextual intelligence at the edge. If we can recognize the events and conditions which occur and are captured at the endpoints, including cameras and other key devices, we're able to support the creation of smart processes. What exactly is a smart process? Well, it starts off like any story around application development with understanding that it all starts with the data that we have to make decisions. Now, historically, of course, Intel has led the market in our ability to consume and digest structured information. Your organization is probably sitting on petabytes of data in structured databases, maybe semi-structured information in your data lake. And now we're starting to talk about the rapid growth of unstructured content, be it audio or video or other types of information that we can capture from the intelligent edge. This breadth of data, Intel is uniquely capable of translating and making ready for the logic and models necessary to create new embedded analytics experiences. Remember, the contextual intelligence is just raw data. If I have a video stream and I present it to a user, that's no different than the first security camera that was deployed 40 years ago. What we're doing that's new now is we're using contextual analytics to interpret what's going on, to generate the kinds of events, interpret the kinds of conditions, so our systems can use and decide what kind of actions to take. I love the demonstration today in the AxxonSoft platform because it focused there at the end on the actions we can take. It's all about, do I generate rules and logic to notify somebody, alert people that something's going on, build up an evidence chain to catch the bad guy. Contextual intelligence is the start point by which we can create rich experiences. And whether that's based upon dashboards and reports that tell somebody something, whether that's creating automated actions like, automatically evacuating a building, automatically calling the police, or creating the mechanism for human-driven actions. If something suspicious is going on, let's alert a human so they can decide what's going on. And importantly, make sure to put the ethics inside the ways that we use AI to interpret key data so we're not acting inappropriately. But importantly, these experiences also recognize that the world we live in is interconnected. It's interconnected via text, via email, via connections to the cloud, connections to your systems. The solutions that you create are all based upon the ways you can weave together the information that you have in your enterprise and that you can capture from the edge. And this is where Intel has put a lot of thought into our approach to accelerating deep learning adoption. The problem with deep learning is that at its core, it's fundamentally pretty simple. Let's just apply math to new types of data. And if all we were doing was applying that to create a research project, that would be fine. But the frictionless experience requires us to develop and deploy analytic models that take advantage of the inference capabilities of the models we create. And unfortunately, different kinds of use cases apply different kinds of models. Remember that we saw the use of the data in our demonstrations today to generate events and also understand conditions. Different types of models require different types of deployment requirements. And the problem is that it's very easy for us to accelerate, the very simple. It's relatively complex to deal with the very complex. But you as a developer of a solution don't want to be held back by what might be the outcome at the end. And I'm going to jump right to that far right corner in this chart right now to talk about the issue that goes on for real software and outcome developers. It all comes down to, if I build a model that knows how to interpret something, it generates an event, it understands a condition, it even potentially blends other data to take an action. Now the question is, how do you need to deploy that? It's a chicken or the egg problem, isn't it? I'm not sure how complex a model I can leverage because I'm not sure what the deployment environment's going to be. Well, what if instead of having to start with a specific set of hardware boundaries, you could focus on the application at hand and let a neutral software layer interpret exactly what needs to be done to optimize your experience for any hardware you want to leverage? The fact is if you don't start your process by understanding that there's a diverse set of requirements in a hardware and software deployment, you're going to leave opportunity for that frictionless experience on the table, which means you're not going to meet your use case specific requirements. And I'll call out, it's not just about the models, it's what you do with them. If you don't have a mechanism to leverage not only the ability to generate inference, but also take actions based upon what you see, your value of your solution, your time to market to creating value will be significantly less. And in this context of accelerating deep learning, this is the specific way that Intel goes about helping. We've invested significantly in our OpenVINO toolkit that we've made available in the open source community. We've invested in our one API architecture to make it even easier for people that are used to leveraging Intel architecture for traditional data analytics to blend that insight with new information available on the edge. The key thing is that we abstract hardware-specific optimization issues so that software developers can focus on the experience, not the hardware. Let's leave the hardware decisions to the cost of ownership and the deployment issues relevant in the OT reality that we operate in. Importantly, that includes enabling solutions to take advantage of existing hardware, reducing cost of deployment. We firmly believe that if we really want to capture this $1 trillion opportunity in the market, we have to start with the premise of helping clients leverage their existing investments. You can't throw the baby out because you want a new bath. You have to start off building from where somebody is already successful and moving to that next area. And the AxxonSoft platform is a perfect example of how you can do that. Take advantage of the data that you're already capturing into your video systems and use it in new ways. The important point here as well, and you saw this in the openness of the platform demonstrations today, Intel's whole value proposition is not just predicated on the silicon we create, but the ecosystems we enable. We help solution developers by providing an ecosystem that knows how to work together, to collaborate on high value experiences with leading software providers like what we've seen today, but supported from a host of ODMs providing leading technology from servers to edge compute to camera infrastructure, all leveraging best practices approach and best practice architecture that enables high performance deep learning inference for the specific use cases that we see that people are dealing with. So in summary here, the value of what we're doing transcends just providing really fast chips that do really great inference. What we're doing is enabling you, the solution developer, or you, the person who's thinking about how to take advantage of that data you're capturing with your camera infrastructure to do new things. At Intel, we firmly believe that by working together, we can take advantage of this next generation of data and create a lot of value. Thanks for your time today. I look forward to hearing from you with questions about how Intel and our partner ecosystem can help you experience the frictionless journey.
Okay. Thank you so much, team, for a great presentation. Our team is managing questions in the chat as we speak. I would like to thank everyone for attending our first live session for today, and we look forward to welcoming you at our second session on VSaaS in about 20 minutes. Thank you so much and have a great day. Hello again, everyone. We will start in about 3 minutes. Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining our AxxonSoft On Air today, and welcome to our second session of the day, Build Your Own VSaaS. And our speakers for today would be Arthur Kolov and Anton Emelyanov. Arthur, here's to you.
Thanks for the introduction, Kate. Hope everybody is having a great day. Once again, thanks everyone for joining us today. We appreciate your interest in learning more about AxxonSoft. Today, I'm going to focus on the options that AxxonSoft offers to build a cloud-based video surveillance solutions. With that being said, I know there are a lot of people here that probably know of AxxonSoft, but for the ones that don't, I'm going to touch real quick on who we are as a company. AxxonSoft operates globally with 50 offices worldwide and more than 550 employees. We have over 13,000 satisfied customers and almost 500,000 completed projects in 140 countries. We've been in business for 25 years, constantly working to improve our products, and we own around 30 patents on our own software technologies. As we are looking at AxxonSoft Cloud Solutions, we basically have two products, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter and Axxon Net. Axxon VSaaS Datacenter is a software platform that enables telecoms carriers, cloud service providers, integrators, and other companies to build their own VSaaS that leverages the power of AxxonSoft's AI analytics, intelligent search, and other features. Some of the platform advantages and benefits are it can be deployed on private or public infrastructure based on true cloud or hybrid architecture with the possibility of full customization, such as carrier branding, for example. The system allows flexible role-based user rights management, and it is also important to know that even though you're going with the cloud solution, you are not losing the ability to utilize any of our AI-powered analytics or intelligent search tools. As well as you can still use our thick desktop client to operate with the system. Last thing to mention here is the web-based reports and informational dashboards that will help you with gathering all the necessary statistics and monitoring the system. Axxon Net is a free cloud-based system management service for the Axxon Next VMS. It provides convenient monitoring of multiple remote sites using an advanced web client, applying the secure HTTPS connection to VMS servers. In this presentation, I will focus on the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter, but first I'll shortly describe the Axxon Net Cloud service. So as I just mentioned, Axxon Net Cloud service connects to your Axxon Next VMS servers via the HTTPS protocol, while TLS encryption safeguards the data transmitted from the server to the cloud. There's absolutely no need to open any ports or deploy other potentially vulnerable settings. This video shows how easy it is to connect to the Axxon Cloud service. So using your credentials, you can access the system via the web client and receive the token. The token is then applied in Axxon Next client to establish the connection with Axxon Net Cloud service. Using the same credentials, you can access the system with a mobile client, like Axxon Net Android application, for instance. Now you can use the application for remote video monitoring, playback, viewing reports, getting event notifications, and more. Now let's talk a little more about our web client, which has almost all key features of the desktop client. You can view live videos from cameras, create and configure layouts, add cameras to your layout using drag and drop, display alarms on the alarm panel, and view event videos with one click. You can also perform all kinds of searches. The video here shows how to search for line crossing events, view motion heat maps, and how to search by vehicle number. With the new AxxonNet mobile app, you get 24/7 access to your system and control over the setup at your fingertips. You can easily connect to the cloud, display cameras in different modes according to configured layouts or groups, view live and recorded video, export videos and still frames in different formats, control PTZ cameras, and even locate your cameras and view videos right on the map. You can also view and share event videos with the staff in charge or responsible persons, and take advantage of a real-time awareness with push notifications. The application is available for iOS, Android, and Wear OS. Now let's move on to the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter platform. One of the basic features of the platform is that it enables building VSaaS solutions based on different architectures. Here you can see a true cloud architecture, also known as hosted architecture. This type of architecture implies that only cameras and network equipment are installed at the customer site. Video can be stored on SD cards on board of the cameras to prevent data loss in case of internet connection failures. The client doesn't need to maintain and support complex on-site hardware infrastructure, which makes the system easily scalable and lowers upfront and maintenance costs. The next diagram shows a hybrid architecture, and in this case, video management system is deployed at the client site with on-prem servers and the possibility to manage the system from local desktop clients. In this case, video is stored locally on video management system servers, so the recording cannot be affected by internet connection failures. Selected portions of video, for instance, like alarm event videos, can be stored in the cloud to be quickly accessed from different devices. The cloud helps easily access and monitor remote local systems using the web client, mobile app, or thick desktop client. Now let's speak about the solution architecture in more detail. On the right, you can see the three main elements of our software platform, and these are a cluster of Axxon Next VMS servers and cloud storage, the AxxonNet web portal that is responsible for the user web interface, and the Axxon data system that generates reports based on video analytics data. The user and administrator interfaces are shown on the left side. Users can once again connect to the system using the web client, mobile application, or Axxon Next desktop client. Single sign-on system can be integrated with the platform to provide easy access for users. Orchestrator is a web-based administrative tool used by the VSaaS providers to configure the system. The third-party IoT platform is an option used by some of our partners, and in this case, the VSaaS operates as a part of the IoT solution, providing video from cameras along with the data from other IoT devices that the user can monitor in a single interface. In terms of deployment options, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter software platform enables providers to use their own computing infrastructure. It can be physical servers or virtual machines, or rented infrastructure going with virtual machines in a public cloud, such as Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud. Axxon VSaaS Datacenter supports object storage, which is offered by providers at a much lower cost than standard block storage, bringing another point of value to the solution. So building a system with Axxon VSaaS Datacenter allows you to choose the way that works best for you and for your projects. For example, telecom carriers can deploy VSaaS to their own infrastructure and expand the range of services for their clients, gaining a competitive advantage and increasing the average revenue per user. while a smaller integrator can rent the computing infrastructure in a public cloud, taking advantage of zero upfront costs and maintenance fees, instant scalability, and world-class security and reliability provided by the leading global cloud operators. Another thing I'd like to bring up is that even when VSaaS providers rent computing resources in public clouds and offer an average market cost to the user, the system can still be profitable for them, and this is achieved by purchasing committed use contracts for several years. Providers of computing infrastructure, which I mentioned before, like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, offer up to 60% discount when purchasing virtual machine instances for 3 or more years. Now let's take a look at 3 possible connection options for the cameras and other video streaming devices. First of it is a direct connection, which is available for cameras that support the installation of the Axxon Net plugin. The plugin provides a secure HTTPS connection. All data is TLS encrypted, and in this case, the cameras can be installed in a private network behind NAT. Cameras and NVRs that do not support the Axxon Net plugin can connect via a VPN tunnel using a VPN-enabled router, for instance. The third way is to use the Axxon Next gateway, which is a computer platform with installed Axxon Next VMS. It can be a lightweight appliance for buffering video and sending it to the cloud, or a full-featured VMS server with a local video storage and video analytics. To sum it up, from the provider's perspective, the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter platform offers all the necessary features for the efficient deployment, maintenance, and scaling of the VSaaS solution. The cloud-based VMS server cluster features failover service, dynamic resource allocation to each new client or task, and it can scale up to 10,000 servers. The web portal features microservice architecture and horizontal scalability. It supports sending of events to third-party IoT platforms and the export of alarm event videos to streaming services such as Amazon KVS. The user interface enables quick customization and the provider's branding. The user report system is limitlessly scalable and enables the development of new reports without coding. From the user's perspective, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter solution offers a wide choice of AI-based analytics, such as AI behavior analytics that includes social distancing violation detection, crouching detection, man-down detection, and raised arms detection, as well as intelligent fire and smoke detection, retail analytics like visitor counting, queue management, heat mapping that is used to display visitor interest in different areas of a store, facial recognition with a positive-negative list support, and license plate recognition, as you can see on the video. We also offer custom AI analytics, such as detecting somebody that's not wearing a hard hat or high visibility vest, for instance, and intelligent forensic search tool that enables you to find an event of interest throughout your footage in a couple of seconds. Equally important to AI video analytics is cybersecurity. Along with the secure connection and user password hashing, our platform offers an extensive list of features that help secure the users, which is crucial for any cloud system. You can set up forced user password change after a specified period of time and the number of passwords in history that are not allowed for reuse. Further, you can set an account lockout time after a specified number of failed login attempts and enable an automatic logout after a set period of user inactivity. Finally, if the user does not use their account for a long time, let's say a month, you can automatically lock the account and require reactivation via email. Last but not least, Axxon VSaaS Datacenter is the only VSaaS platform on the market that supports the use of a thick desktop client, which once again uses the secure HTTPS protocol to connect to the cloud. You can flexibly configure layouts to display cameras from different sites together or separately. For example, if you have a chain of small shops, each of which has several cameras, you can create a single layout showing all cameras of the shops located in a city district. In addition, thanks to hardware video decoding on Intel and NVIDIA GPUs, you can create a big video wall with high-resolution monitors and dozens of cameras based on a simple client computer powered by a medium performance processor. Those advanced features of on-premises systems become available for VSaaS users. Thank you for listening. Once again, we appreciate your time and interest in AxxonSoft solutions. Please feel free to contact us with any questions using the contact information on the screen. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague Anton for the live demo of the Axxon VSaaS Datacenter operation.
Thank you, Artur. Let me share my screen. Hello all. My name is Anton Emelyanov. Today I will show you a live demo of Axxon VSaaS Datacenter. As you can see, we're already logged in as an admin user to our demo cloud. Here is the URL. This VSaaS Datacenter deployed in the public cloud. The software product works in real time on virtual machines in the cloud. And currently we see the main web interface of the cloud, the domains page. VSaaS based on our platform provides multi-tenancy, which means multiple separated user accounts. As you can see here, 4 domains are already created. 1, 2, 3, 4. Domains are groups of connected Axxon Next VMS instances. In on-premises systems, domains usually represent isolated systems at different sites. In the cloud, however, it's logical level of the system organization used for userized management. In short, domains represent customers. You can simply add a new domain by clicking the plus button and specifying the description text fields. Already created domains can be edited or deleted. Now let's take a look at the icons. If you see the web client icon, that means that domain is online. I will show the web client a bit later. The most important icon is sites. Clicking sites, you can see the sites or branches inside the domain with the number of cameras and video archive retention time. Here we have site A and site B in our domain 1. In fact, each of our domains include 2 sites, and sites in practice refer to real remote physical sites such as stores, bank branches, and so on. Again, you can easily add a site to the domain by clicking a plus button, specifying parameters such as site name, archive retention time, and the amount of cameras with a certain number of functionality. The amount of resources needed to launch a new site, and by resources I mean CPU, memory, disk space, will be automatically calculated based on the analytics and type of recording specified. You can also edit the existing sites, and the resources will be automatically recalculated. So we already have 2 sites with in our domain, 2 cameras with constant recording and archived there for 7 days. Site status is active, all good, no problems. Let's go back to our domains page and let's take a look at the supervisor. The supervisor shows our servers, physical servers. It can be either virtual machines or physical servers, and Axxon Next VMS instances distributed among them. So right here we have 3 hosts. So in fact, there's a 3 virtual machines in the cloud. And by the way, you can easily add a new one here by providing IP address. And you can see there are sites distributed. So remember, we have our domain 1 with site A and B, and the cluster automatically placed our sites in host 1, which is called next 1, and host 2, which is called next 2. The cluster placed the VMS instances according to 3 resources on hosts. You can see the health status of each server. We have 3 healthy servers, and the percentage, let me show you percentage of computing resources consumed by each instance. So we have our instances consuming only 1% of resources. Now let's go back to the domains page. So the next icon is roles. With roles, you can add users to the domains. Even if user is not created, you can invite them to your domain and they will receive email notification with invitation. So the next icon is web configurator. Web configurator is used to configure your sites inside the domain. Cameras, templates, users. Main tab here shows the cameras of the domain and implied templates for cameras. Configuration templates are used to quickly set up cameras with certain functions, analytics, or stream settings. So we can see the current created templates. For example, this template is video content analytics detector on mainstream. Yeah, you can also edit them. So basically the templates used to quickly assign cameras with certain functions. So let's say you have 100 cameras and you want to have constant recording on all of them. Instead going for each camera and setting up individually, you can apply, you can assign template for all of them. For this, just select, for example, all cameras here and the plus button. So constant record will apply the constant record template for those cameras. If we go to the camera, we can edit its settings. So that's a standard settings like IP address, port, username, and password. Of course, those are virtual cameras, but you can add any cameras. Basically, it's the same Java spec. So, for example, here we have only 2XX. We can provide IP address, port, username, password, display name, and so on. Create button will create the camera. So yeah, if we go to the camera, we can edit or tweak the settings of our detector. So this camera here have constant recording template and people count detector. So if we go to the low quality stream, we have here visitor counter, and we can adjust the area for the detector to tweak it. To configure users per site, we can add users here and roles. Yeah, also you can see a preview, a snapshot from the camera, basically to see if you can configure it correctly, the camera, if the camera is online and so on. Okay, so we already have our domain, our site. Inside the domain, we've checked the health of the system. We've added users, we configured the analytics, we've configured the cameras inside our in our sites. And now let's go to the web client. Here is Axxon Next web client. Let's just hide this web here. Here is the current nodes, basically our sites B and A. Here is the camera list. We can sort by cameras. We can have a favorites, or we can search for cameras or layouts. So as you can see, we already have some, in fact, some layouts created. You can easily create the new layouts and use the drag and drop method to basically create a new layout. Yeah, forgot to mention that you can maximize the camera by double click, apply a digital zoom. And let's try to access the archive of the camera. Sorry, it took a bit longer than I expected. Yeah, so archive is here, so we can play it. All good. And for example, let's do an export from this range, like 1 minute. I want to have an export in MKV format. Oh, good. I can download the file and use it. So the archive is here. The web client also offers the search possibilities. So here is the, let's use this camera, camera number 1. With VSaaS, you can use different type of standard window analytics, such as motion and area, line crossing, heat map. On this particular camera, the AI human detection is configured. The scene is quite busy. Let's watch it. And people are small, about only 10% of frame height. With neural network applied, only humans are detected and not vehicles. Now let's build a heat map. So I want a heat map on this camera for this period of time. Heat map is here. We get the result almost instantly, and now we can see that, in fact, not all the pedestrians are walking the zebra. So let's try to search who's not walking correctly. So I will use the line crossing. Yes, indeed. In fact, this person here does not use the zebra. Of course, that's not all functionality of the web client, but you can see how many possibilities it has. So let's go to the list management. In the cloud, we have a list management tool. We can set up a new list. For this particular is the vehicle list. Here you can create a new one. After list is created, you can fill it with a license plate. So if customer wants to set up recognition against the list, those lists can be used, for example, to open the barrier. Like if the certain number is recognized, open the barrier. The list automatically sync it with your domains. So every list you're creating is going to your Axxon Next instances. Now let's go to reports. Here we have our reports. Of course, that's not all of them. You can see the list here. All reports are customizable and without coding, so no coding required, and we're constantly adding new reports. So let's produce a new report. Visitors report will give us information about the people count detection. Let's access it. Report is produced. Let's change the view. Here is our report. Of course, you can set up the time period to prepare a report. You can save the report in different formats, print them. And it's very important that information in the cloud can be saved for very long, literally years. So you can have your reports. And of course, we've implemented the schedule. So you can have your reports on, for example, daily basis with certain formats, and you can select when you want them. So that's reports. Now let's go to the access management. The access management tab shows user and domain groups. So as you can see, we have 2 user groups and 2 domain groups. The user rights management is very flexible and convenient way when working with large systems with hundreds of users and domains. You can create groups of users and groups of domains and assign the user groups to the domain groups with different roles. So we have 2 groups. So those users are in this group, but of course you can have like multiple hundreds of users in the group. and 2 domain groups. So domain group 1 consists of domain 1, domain 2, and group 2 consists of domain 3 and 4. So let's say we want to add hundreds of users to hundreds of domains. It's very easy. So we're currently managing the domain group 2. So I want for the user group 2 to have role admin. So all hundreds of users that are in the group 2 will be assigned to all hundreds of domains in domain group 2. So basically that's a very handy way to manage user rights in huge systems. Okay, so that's access management. Let's go to dashboards. The dashboards is another type of video analytics data representation. You can create your own dashboards containing different reports and other widgets for data visualization. So we already have 3 dashboards created. So the first one is pretty simple, total number of events dashboard. So you can have a counter. It's pretty simple. The second dashboard is latest events. So basically you can see all events from all your domains here with a snapshot. You can see the site, timestamp, and the data type. And this dashboard here, visitors, this is an example how you configure the visitor account data from different sites in different views by hour and by date. You can expand it. Yeah, so basically you can display those in your solutions. You can also, as I said, you can also create your own dashboards using the built-in designer. So if you go to the created dashboards and create a widget, you can use the designer to create the dashboards. So, yeah, last but not least, let me open. As mentioned before, you can use the thick desktop Axxon Next VMS client with our VSaaS. Here is the desktop client that is already created to our cloud. This layout represents all cameras from all our sites and domains. So if we open our domains, we can see that indeed all our sites are connected. So basically our thick client automatically supports the cross-system connection when connecting to the cloud. You can configure layouts, grouping cameras from different sites at your convenience. You can also build video walls showing all cameras within the citywide system or installed at geographically distributed sites. Hardware video decoding help us build large and cost-effective video walls. And also, yeah, let me show you the Neuro tracker. So remember that's a camera where we performed the searches. In the video here, we can see that how our AI human detection works. All detected humans are highlighted and no vehicles are being detected. That's all from me in this live demo. I hope this was informative. Please share your thoughts, comments. Feel free to ask questions. We're glad to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim, for a great presentation. And thank you for attending our session. And we will be starting our third and last session for today in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much and have a great day. Hello, everyone. We will start our third session in 2 minutes. Thank you. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to our AxxonSoft On Air, and welcome to our third and final session for today on Bring Value to Your Business with AxxonSoft, where we will cover on some of our interesting projects. Our speaker will be Elizabeth Rodriguez. Elizabeth, here's to you.
Thanks, Kate, and hello, everybody. Thanks again for sharing your time with us. Hope you are well and safe. Well, I'm going to describe you on this presentation our software capabilities through examples of implementation in different fields and industry. But first, let me tell you a little bit about our company. AxxonSoft is a world-leading developer for intelligent security and video surveillance systems. We operate globally with 50 offices worldwide and more than 550 global employees. We have over 480,000 projects in many different industries and 30 patents. And here on this timeline, you can see the company's evolution over the last 25 years. In 2003, we have accomplished our first Safe City project using Intellect PSIM. And in 2008, we started to develop Axxon Next VMS. And over the years, we continue to develop technologies for AI, video analytics, forensic search. And this year, we bring to the market our cloud solution, which can operate in a hybrid mode or fully on the cloud. So as you can see, we have a lot of features that can meet any sort of requirements, no matter the industry or the project size. And today, I'm going to cover a few with you. So let's start with retail. Both Axxon Next and Intellect has analytics especially designed for this industry, such as people counter, heat map, queue detection, face recognition with age and gender statistics and reports. And Plantorama uses our solution to generate and deliver this data. They are Denmark's largest garden and animal center chain, and this project covers 2 stores with 80 cameras each. And the main requirements for the project were easy handling of video walls, flexible layouts, extract data on how many visitors has entered the store, check how long the queues are, see how many people have been in their cafe, and compare this information with their cash registers. And for that, Axxon Next met all the requirements perfectly. We have several projects here in Brazil with similar requirements. And right now we're implementing a project for one of the biggest retail chains in the world with around 120 stores all over the country and more than 3,300 cameras. So we are very excited about this and we'll release more information about this case very soon. And here we have Maxima, which is the largest Lithuanian grocery retailer with over 1,000 stores in the Baltics, Poland, and Bulgaria. And they have a total of 256 stores with around 21,000 cameras, cashier operation supervision system with almost 3,000 registered cash registers integrated, and queue management and visitor counter with reports. And we also have analytic solutions for the bank industry. And using pose detection, for example, we can track and analyze a person's behavior, such as a person with their hands raised up, sitting or laying on the floor, active shooter, and so on. So this can get the operator's attention to analyze suspicious conditions. And Raiffeisen is one of the biggest banks in Ukraine. Their security system features has over 70,000 cameras and over 2,100 servers to cover 600 branches across the country. And currently, the bank is testing our retail analytics like visitor counting, queue detection, visitor activity, heat mapping, and other solutions such as face recognition in various scenarios. And for industrial productions, there are many analytics that can be used, not only to bring the operator's attention for dangerous situations, but also using AI analytics to monitor factory processes. And ArcelorMittal is the leader in major global steel markets, having representations in over 60 countries around the globe. And along with video surveillance and video analytics for over 600 cameras, this solution comprises vehicle access control via license plate recognition, rolling stock control through rail wagon number recognition, and integration with the perimeter security system. And for education, we present you the Blue Coat School, which is considered one of the strongest academically in the UK. They're using our artificial intelligence analytics, which allows for tracking of human targets, tracking of vehicle targets, even by color, motion detection with direction filter, loitering detection, left and removed objects detection, and face search by uploading a photo to the system and performing search on recorded images, and LPR search to find videos based on license plates number. And for hospitality, we highlight the Atlantis de Palm, which is a luxury hotel resort in Dubai. They replace outdated NVRs that have been installed during this hotel's inauguration in 2008 by our solution, Axxon Intellect software. And the hotel is covered by 2,050 cameras, and the system has been designed for high availability, having 14 servers and 2 failover servers to maintain a non-stop operation on their central. And the main idea behind the project of South African game reserves is to detect and prevent poaching with effects to the wildlife and particularly rhinos and elephants. So AxxonSoft has trained a neural network to accurately detect humans with no alerts of animals. And on this video, you can see that the animals weren't detected. The system only triggers an event once a person gets close to the fence. And besides that, the system also registers faces and vehicle number plates for investigation. And one of our most relevant projects for transportations is Onderburg City in Denmark. They needed a solution that could help them see what's happening on the bridges, besides counting traffic, of course, and work with smoke and fire detection. It was also important to trigger an alarm if a person walked on the arches of one of the bridges. And Axxon Next was installed and configured to work with AI vehicle detection, human behavior analytics, and AxxonNet for cloud reports. And they also do a count of cars to check how many people drive from and to the island, and have developed an API that can send this information to the road administration. And Mexico City International Airport is one of the largest and busiest airports in Latin America. And for this case, we have implemented 2 command centers, one in each airport terminal. And they monitor over 2,000 cameras, including about 800 cameras with real-time video analytics. Each terminal also has its own crisis center designed to perform forensic search and other investigations in case of emergency. And our VMS provides video analysis, including neural network human detection, and intelligent search tools, including face and license plate search. Also, all of this helps to prevent and detect security breaches and to quickly pass the information to the police or the authorities and any other entities if necessary. And the 21st FIFA World Cup took place in Russia in 2018. AxxonSoft made a significant technical contribution to providing security to World Cup to participants and fans. And the Intellect PSIM platform was employed in 10 out of the 12 stadiums and managed more than 9,000 surveillance cameras used to protect the over 2 million fans who attended these games. And in addition to the video surveillance, Auto Intellect and Face Intellect software models were deployed to conduct automatic number plate recognition and face recognition at stadium gates. Our first Safe City project was implemented in 2003, and over the years we have built a solid experience on the needs and demands of this kind of market and for all of our offices, really. And here in Brazil, we have many projects in the Midwest and in the south of Brazil, as the cities of Santa Helena, Sapucaia do Sul, just to name a few. And to represent this history, we bring the project implemented for the city of Yangsan in South Korea. And the city administrators decide to revamp the security system, asking for a number of criteria that the new system must meet, such as integration with urban emergency services and other systems, long-term storage for video footage, user-friendly interface, and the number of servers reduced. And 3,190 video cameras were installed in some 900 locations around the city. And Axxon Next provides unique analytic tools for the largest amounts of data that are generated every day. So they have forensic search to quickly find events based on certain criteria, face search, ANPR search, and many other features. And here we have the city of Turin. It's an important business and cultural center in northern Italy. And to meet the customer needs, our partner proposed a project based on Intellect PSIM, which provides the following functions: video surveillance with visible light and thermal cameras too, video analytics like object tracking, motion heat mapping, face intellect for facial recognition, and also auto intellect for traffic safety. And with one command center, they have deployed across Turin 1,000 cameras and 50 remote workstations. And for nighttime monitoring, an automatic alarm notification system was introduced, including thermal imaging cameras, and the police officers receive a notification via email in a dedicated mobile app. So the integrated security solution also includes face recognition, LPR, and automated traffic enforcement systems. Okay, so thanks everyone for attending our session. Feel free to reach out to us. And in case you have some questions, please send us a chat or book a personal meeting with us. Thanks again.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for a great presentation. And thank you to our attendees for joining our AxxonSoft On Air show today and attending our sessions. This is a wrap for our live sessions for today, but our booth is going to be available for you. So please feel free to keep on exploring it. Please reach out to us in case you have any questions or set up a personal session with one of our managers, and we will be happy to answer all of your questions and assist you with your projects. Thank you so much for attending and have a great rest of the day.